minutos agora.
Em 5 minutos eu ponho esse prédio abaixo.
Quanto falta?
Aqui, é aqui.
Eu sinto muito, fim de linha, não tem saída.
É o pior hacker que eu já enfrentei. É o mais perto que eu posso te deixar. É melhor criar asas. Operador.
Entrei.
65º andar.
Parece surpreso em me ver de novo, Sr. Anderson. Esta é a diferença entre nós. Eu sempre estou esperando o senhor.
O que você quer, Smith?
Ainda não descobriu? Ainda usando todos os músculos, menos aquele que importa. Eu quero o que o senhor quer. Exatamente tudo.
Isso incluiria uma bala dessa arma?
Continue, atire. A melhor coisa em ser quem sou é que há muitos eus.
Cristo, o que foi que houve aqui?
Parada aí, mocinha.
Se não pode conosco, junte-se a nós.
Senha. Acesso concedido.
Sem sinal deles. Não sei o que estão fazendo, mas só tem 2 minutos.
Desativar nodos 2148. Entra. Erro, falha do sistema de emergência. Falha na eletricidade.
1 minuto.
Vamos. Vamos. Por favor.
Matem os dois!
Conseguiram. Eu não acredito.
Era pra ser assim. Morfeu.
Alguém vai chegar pra você e vai falar: cara, você viu o ChatGPT de vídeo? Isso aqui é o ChatGPT de vídeo. Esta imagem não existe. Esta imagem foi gerada pela OpenAI através do Sora. Sora. Enfim, isso é o ChatGPT de vídeo. Isso foi lançado ontem. Essa moça não existe, essa rua não existe, esses reflexos ultra realistas que não estão... que estão perfeitamente fluidos, nada disso existe. Este vídeo inteiro foi gerado por inteligência artificial. E olha a coesão dos detalhes. Ela tá andando, o personagem não vira um monte de bola distorcida, tem close, continua sendo a mesma moça 3D que não existe. A roupa dela tem reflexos convincentes. A movimentação natural. E o símbolozinho aqui no canto, ó. Pra vocês olharem aqui no cantinho. Símbolozinho da OpenAI aqui no canto. Que gerou isso por inteligência artificial. Você que não entendeu, isso aqui aconteceu agora. Ninguém esperava, todo mundo dormindo e saiu Sora, ou Sora, que é essa inteligência artificial da OpenAI, de gerar vídeos absurdos como você viu. E tinha acabado de rolar o Gemini sendo atualizado, o pessoal falou, dane-se, isso aqui é muito mais relevante e interessante. Você viu o vídeo no começo, né? Realmente é do caralho o nível que isso chegou. O que eu preciso avisar para vocês é que isso aqui é da mesma galera do ChatGPT. Se você digitar openai.com, você vai cair nesse site aqui. O site que já diz, introduzindo Sora, criando vídeo a partir de texto. Aqui eles têm ChatGPT, cara, aqui eles têm muita coisa deles rolando. E o ChatGPT é só uma delas, e agora o Sora é mais uma delas. E eu posso estar errado, mas acho que o Dolly 3 era deles. Para quem não sabe o que é Dolly, é isso aqui, ó. Isso aqui é movido por Dolly 3, então faça uma imagem de um urso olhando para um computador escrito Canaltech na tela do computador. Isso aqui é da Microsoft, que você está vendo, isso aqui é o Bing, porque a Microsoft meio que se fundiu em algumas partes com a OpenAI, então não me surpreenderá em nada se você conseguir gerar vídeos através do Sora usando um recurso Microsoft, que é o que eu estou fazendo agora com o Dolly 3, e que você já consegue usar o ChatGPT de graça pelo Copilot da Microsoft, porque eles também são fundidos, né? Olha só. Então, eu precisava mostrar isso daqui para vocês, porque não é do nada que vem os vídeos hiper ultra realistas que a gente viu. Ele escreveu Canaltech no computador, só que literalmente ele gravou na carcaça da máquina escrito Canaltech. Ele não pôs na tela, ele gravou na carcaça. Então não vem do nada esse tipo de coisa. Se você depois quiser testar na sua casa, acessa o Copilot, que é esse aqui, ó, copilot.microsoft.com, e aqui você tem acesso a muita coisa. Você tem acesso ao Copilot, ao Designer, que é aquilo que eu te mostrei, e outras coisas. Então talvez aparecerá aqui em algum momento o aplicativo para vídeo também. Daí basicamente o que aconteceu foi que isso aqui era o Google avisando, ó, o Gemini 1.5 chegou. Olha só o text to vídeo da OpenAI aqui para você nunca mais dormir com calma. Isso aqui que eu vou mostrar para vocês tem uns 10 meses já. Hoje, a data desse vídeo é o que você está vendo aí atrás. Estamos em 16 de fevereiro, certo? Certo. Hoje, faz 10 meses que isso aqui foi publicado. Isso aqui é o Runway geração 2. Isso aqui era basicamente o que a gente viu no começo do vídeo. Você pega um texto e coloca, quero um vídeo aqui, por exemplo, um surfista pegando uma onda. O que a inteligência artificial faz? A AI faz? Ela faz isso aqui. Ah, como que ela faz isso? Você pode notar, pela imagem meio cagada, eu vou até desacelerar ela aqui, que fica bem mais fácil de perceber, que ela, na verdade, gera várias imagens, exatamente como a gente acabou de gerar o urso. O urso, esse urso do Canaltech, a gente acabou de gerar ele aqui. A AI vai gerando imagens sequenciais que são parecidas uma com a outra até formar um GIF, um vídeo. E você nota que, ó, é sempre um negócio meio bizarrinho, meio distorcido, meio flicado. Você vê que são várias gerações sequenciais de imagem. Não é nada parecido com o que a gente, de repente, tem em 2024. Era claramente um monte de montagens juntas que formavam um vídeo. Olha que legal as coisas que as pessoas estavam fazendo através dessas AIs. Estavam animando imagens e dá pra ver perfeitamente que a fusão de uma foto com outra acontece. Você vê que tem uma leve distorção no movimento dos bichinhos e tal. Só que em velocidade normal fica quase que imperceptível, são poucas anomalias. Isso tudo são imagens que não existem e que a AI consegue animar. Consegue entender que a água se mexe, ó, aqui na água, aqui, ó, dá pra ver um pouco da cagada. Tô até passando o mouse aqui, ó. Vou dar um zoom pra vocês.
Torna-te a estrela do casino com 100 rodadas grátis no registro. Betano.
Ó, como dá pra perceber os artefatos dessa geração aqui, ó. Olha essa água se mexendo de um jeito nada natural aqui, ó. Esse tipo de detalhe meio que entregava que era uma imagem gerada por inteligência artificial. Só que, de repente, do nada, a OpenAI anuncia isso. Aqui embaixo você está vendo prompt, é o que foi escrito para que a inteligência artificial gerasse o vídeo. E cara, olha como mudou, olha o nível que já atingiu a qualidade dessas imagens. Então aqui pegando pelos tweets da própria OpenAI, olha o nível que os caras apresentaram agora de qualidade. Aqui tem o prompt deles. O trailer de um filme, estrelando as aventuras de um cara de 30 anos, um maluco com traje espacial, com uma touquinha de lã, e ainda colocou com a estética de um filme de 35mm em cores vívidas. Olha o resultado. Olha a coerência disso. Tem até o balanço da câmera dele sendo seguido, já que é um trailer, né? Cena da cara dele, depois a cena do lugar geral. Olha a coerência dessa geração de imagem. Tem múltiplas cenas, elas conversam entre si. E só foi um textinho de nada. Você solta um textinho desse e o resto a AI imaginou. Um outro exemplo aqui. Esse aqui é bem bobo, porque quando é esse estilo 3D, dá a impressão que é limitado a isso. Mas você acabou de ver um exemplo fotorrealista. Então qualquer estilo pode ser feito. E esse aqui é grande, que é o bichinho com a vela derretendo, explica certinho o estilo do pelo dele, as ações, e ficou muito bom. Isso aqui para animar, desse jeito assim, dá bastante trabalho. Nossa, olha a pupila do bicho, na moral, olha a pupila do bichinho. Vocês entendem o que eu quero dizer com o nível de geração dessa imagem? Leve em conta detalhes muito acima do normal. Você consegue imaginar você criando a sua animação, sem ser animador, sem ser artista 3D, você conseguir dar vida a uma ideia que você tem há anos e anos e conseguir fazer isso de uma forma coerente e bem feita? Não entendeu ainda o objetivo disso tudo? Alguém vai chegar pra você e vai falar: cara, você viu o ChatGPT de vídeo? Isso aqui é o ChatGPT de vídeo. Esta imagem não existe. Esta imagem foi gerada pela OpenAI através do Sora. Enfim, isso é o ChatGPT de vídeo. Isso foi lançado ontem. Essa moça não existe, essa rua não existe, esses reflexos ultra realistas que não estão... que estão perfeitamente fluidos, nada disso existe. Este vídeo inteiro foi gerado por inteligência.
Você vai realmente perder isso tudo. Você tava quase ganhando sua loja profissional completa, 10 produtos vencedores e o método primeiras vendas por apenas $1. Por um clique, você deixou isso.
How should companies and countries think about AI to drive growth and prosperity?
The mantra of AI or die is real, and certainly companies and countries that do not engage will die.
We made an investment in a dev tool company, and this thing has grown from 0 to 40 million in revenue in 3 months.
We have restaurants that are operating with no people or one person just overseeing the machine. We're quickly getting into that interstellar moment where you're just interacting in a very human way.
My family's using TikTok. How do you think about making sure that you've got measures in place for the responsible use of AI?
It's a particularly
important problem for us to get on top of.
It's reasonable to expect that within 6 to 8 years, it will be possible to have a single system that is 80 or 90% of the ability of the expert in every field.
What do you consider the most dangerous outcome around AGI or artificial superintelligence?
We as humans are not ready for the arrival of this.
Yeah.
We're just not ready for it.
All right, I have the very unenviable task of doing this in 40 minutes when each of you deserve 2 hours on your own. I'm going to take notes from the conversation this morning and go for each of you, and wish me luck. Travis, I'm going to start with you. Founder of Uber, CEO of Cloud Kitchens. We talk about AI a lot and all about the super fancy, big, billion-person transformations. How is AI going to change business right now and transform and expand and change profitability of businesses? You're doing some amazing things with Cloud Kitchen and AI, please.
Those are two different questions. When I look generally at what's going on right now, it feels like we're entering an era of bigger is better. That if you are a large company with a strong business model, that the technology that's coming is actually going to give you competitive advantage over folks that are smaller. Like the accretion of value is going to the bigger players. And there are probably a lot of very simple things that can be done to create more profit and bigger moat on those business models is my guess. So there's just like blocking and tackling, like workflows, customer support, onboarding, sales, all getting automated will make an already strong business model like supercharged. And I think for the biggest companies create trillions of dollars of value. I mean, we're doing, my company's doing the future of food. It's real estate, software, and robotics for food. And there's lots of fun, practical things that are happening. I mean, they're going to be big, but they're also practical. We have a machine that makes food. Like imagine if you were to go to Chipotle, that front line of people that is making your bowl. We have a machine that does that. So we have restaurants that are operating with no people or one person just overseeing the machine. But if there's only one person in that room, we now have that person talking to the machine about how the machine is doing.
As if they were an employee.
So yes. So then this is simple stuff, but this is where we're going now. Like we have this up and running in restaurants today, where you're asking the robot, hey, is the food warm? Am I running out? This kind of thing. But we just said, well, might as well just give it a personality. So now you can ask, like, did the Dodgers beat the Yankees today? Which they did. And you can have a conversation. And it's sort of, we're quickly getting into that interstellar moment where you're just interacting in a very human way.
I've got to ask this other question just for fun. If you'd remained CEO of Uber, or were still CEO, what would you have done differently? What would Uber be doing now?
Oh man, we could take the whole hour on this one. I'll keep that one short. Maybe I'll give you a couple things. Look, we had probably one of the preeminent AI labs when I left Uber. And we saw the seminal paper out of Google, the attention paper. I mean, you guys know how I rolled when I was doing Uber. In restaurants today, where your can be done to create more profit and bigger moat on those business models is my guess. So there's just like blocking and tackling, like workflows, customer support, onboarding, sales, all getting automated will make an already strong business model like supercharged. And I think for the biggest companies create trillions of dollars of value. I mean, we're doing, my company's doing the future of food. It's real estate, software, and robotics for food. And there's lots of fun, practical things that are happening. I mean, they're going to be big, but they're also practical. We have a machine that makes food. Like imagine if you were to go to Chipotle, that front line of people that is making your bowl. We have a machine that does that. So we have restaurants that are operating with no people or one person just overseeing the machine. But if there's only one person in that room, we now have that person talking to the machine about how the machine is doing.
As if they were an employee.
So yes. So then this is simple stuff, but this is where we're going now. Like we have this up and running in restaurants today, where you're asking the robot, hey, is the food food warm, am I running out, this kind of thing. But we just said, well, might as well just give it a personality. So now you can ask, like, did the Dodgers beat the Yankees today? Which they did. And you can have a conversation, and it's sort of, we're quickly getting into that interstellar moment where you're just interacting in a very human way.
I've got to ask this other question just for fun. If you'd remained CEO of Uber, or were still CEO, what would you have done differently? What would Uber be doing now?
Oh man, we could take the whole hour on this one. I'll keep that one short. Maybe I'll give you a couple things. Look, we had probably one of the preeminent AI labs when I left Uber. And we saw the seminal paper out of Google, the attention paper. I mean, you guys know how I rolled when I was doing Uber. Like, we'd probably be doing some pretty interesting stuff on that front. I mean, sort of in a more practical, on the more practical side, like, we were starting to roll out, I mean, of course, we're doing the autonomy thing. I'll put that aside. I think Elon's going to take care of that at this point. But we were starting to roll out we looked at transportation as a high-frequency trading business where we would buy trips from drivers and sell it to riders. We were a market maker. And so we were starting to set up quant teams for each city to do the high-frequency trading of the trips so that we could get the lowest cost reliable ride more efficient, gain market share, get more profits, all of this. It was just kind of a fun, geeky finance thing. But.
1 in 30 seconds. You've disrupted 2 huge markets. Your one piece of advice for someone here who wants to go disrupt a marketplace today, what's your piece of advice for them?
Look, over time I've tried to distill what it means to innovate at speed and at scale into sort of principles or pillars. They basically are cultural values at my company, and so we've distilled it down to truth, trust, and passion. And again, those are high-level sort of ideas. But doing those really well, each of those really well, is sort of how you innovate at speed and at scale. And it's, there's a lot in there, but like think of the childlike playfulness and curiosity with a teenage rebelliousness with an old man's wisdom.
That's a beautiful mindset setup. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Travis. Everybody, I want to take a short break from our episode to talk about a company that's very important to me and could actually save your life or the life of someone that you love. The company is called Fountain Life. And it's a company I started years ago with Tony Robbins and a group of very talented physicians. Most of us don't actually know what's going on inside our body. We're all optimists. Until that day when you have a pain in your side, you go to the physician in the emergency room and they say, listen, I'm sorry to tell you this, but you have this stage 3 or 4 going on. And, it didn't start that morning. It probably was a problem that's been going on for some time. But because we never look, we don't find out. So what we built at Fountain Life was the world's most advanced diagnostic centers. We have 4 across the US today, and we're building 20 around the world. These centers give you a full body MRI, a brain vasculature, an AI-enabled coronary CT looking for soft plaque, a DEXA scan, a GRAIL blood cancer test, a full executive blood workup. It's the most advanced workup you'll ever receive. 150 gigabytes of data that then go to our AIs and our physicians to find any disease at the very beginning when it's solvable. You're going to find out eventually. You might as well find out when you can take action. Fountain Life also has an entire side of therapeutics. We look around the world for the most advanced therapeutics that can add 10, 20 healthy years to your life, and we provide them to you at our centers. So if this is of interest to you, please go and check it out. Go to fountainlife.com/Peter. When Tony and I wrote our New York Times bestseller, Life Force, we had 30,000 people who reached out to us for Fountain Life memberships. If you go to fountainlife.com/Peter, we'll put you to the top of the list. Really, it's something that is, for me, one of the most important things I offer my entire family, the CEOs of my companies, my friends. It's a chance to really add decades onto our healthy lifespans. Go to fountainlife.com/Peter. It's one of the most important things I can offer to you as one of my listeners. All right, let's go back to our episode. Jack Hittery, my dear friend, one of our trustees, CEO of Sandbox AQ. You have your chairman sitting right next to you.
No pressure.
No pressure whatever. So first of all, please explain AQ, but then what are large quantitative models and what role do you envision they'll play in the current evolution of AI?
Well, Peter, first of all, I'm very happy to see that we still have humans on the panel instead of just AIs. So I think it's just another few...
I mixed the AI in this panel, yes.
Okay. Another few FIIs. It's just going to be avatars up here. The mantra of AI or die is real. Is real. It's not just a phrase. It's happening right now. It's happening on several levels. And certainly companies and countries that do not engage will die. But now the question is, okay, let's say we all agree on that. Which AI? What kind of AI? What mix of AI? And the marketplace now is starting to offer more than just one slice of AI. And that's what's exciting. So we have, of course, large language models. Many people in this room and on this panel are involved in that and making huge strides. And we're seeing AI now take on reasoning, and I'm sure Eric and others will also address that. But there's a whole nother side of AI that has had less focus. And that's quantitative AI. That's AI that's based on equations and data, quantitative data, numerical data. When we think about starting a biopharma industry in a country that never had a biopharma industry, that was really not even possible 5 or 10 years ago. But now we can come to a country like KSA or other countries and say, hey, let's get that going. But it's not large language models that will win the day there. It's models that have been trained on biology, physics, chemistry, electrons, that kind of interaction. So large quantitative models, LQMs, as complementary to LLMs, allow us to do that at scale and speed. And we do that on the same GPUs, we have NVIDIA here on the panel, that LLMs use, but we tweak them in a very, very different way. We train it on a very, very different kind of data. The data doesn't come from the internet. The data does not come from downloading Wikipedia and Reddit and social media. Instead, we generate the data from the actual equations that govern our world. And this is now a whole new superpower for humans that we just never had before as a species. Until 3 years ago, it was not possible to calculate with any kind of accuracy how one molecule that's meant to be, for example, good for Alzheimer's or Parkinson's or brain cancer or pancreatic cancer would lock into that receptor. Now, as of just 36 months ago, with the collaboration of many people in this room actually and on this panel, it is now possible.
Yeah.
So LQMs are really about another key tool in the tool chest, complementing LLMs, sitting alongside the many LLMs out there, but a core tool that LLMs will interact with going forward in the future.
So you mentioned data, and one of the things that we talk about is the importance of data and how the world may be running out of data to train these. So how should leaders think about the proprietary data generation they have and retention as AI models become more commoditized?
Well, Peter, we all talked about Gen AI. Gen AI is a very real and big thing. But now let's talk about gen data, generative data. How do you generate data? Well, when you want big data sets that govern our world of either quantitative finance to look at portfolio optimization, or again, a new material to build a car that would be lightweight, make the car lighter weight so it's more fuel efficient, we can't turn to the internet for that data. That is not where we're going to get it. Instead, we generate the data from these equations. Those become interesting.
Heisenberg, Schrödinger.
Yeah, exactly. That's where quantum comes in. When people hear the word quantum, I know people get scared, sorry, but quantum is not just about quantum computers. It's about today on GPUs from Alphabet, TPU from Alphabet, GPU from NVIDIA, and others. There's many others coming out. We're able to run the quantum equations, that is the equations that actually govern our world, at scale on these GPUs and TPUs. This is new. These chips, by the way, were never designed to do this in the first place. Amazing. And it's the human ingenuity that is quite fascinating that came up with this.
You know, you did an incredible job spinning Sandbox AQ. A is for AI, Q is for quantum, just for you to remember that, out of X at Google. And you have real products today. Can you just very quickly give us a sense of what Sandbox's products are that you're
Sure, I'll give some actual real case studies. Here at FII, we have, I think, Paul Hudson, the CEO of Sanofi, one of the largest pharma companies in the world, and our two companies actually are announcing just today, we were just on CNBC earlier, announcing that we're working together to apply this AQ, apply this LQM, this quantitative AI, to accelerating biomarker development, that is development of diagnostics that will help all of us, and drugs as well. So that's a real world case study of how we're using it there. We're also working with companies like Dow and others on the chemical side to say, how do we get new catalysts that could bring us new materials? When we think about the hydrocarbon space, think about the output of a refinery. And we say, okay, the high octane fuels, very profitable, jet fuels, kerosene, profitable, naphtha. But how about the bottom of the stack, Peter? That bottom of the stack, petroleum companies don't make much money on. It's sold to smelters and others and burned in the air. And so when we think about what we can do with AI that understands chemistry, we can now take the bottom of the refinery stack, up-value it to things like carbon composites. Carbon composites are what make a McLaren car so powerful and yet so light, Aston Martin, Ferrari, and others. But it's not accessible technology to all cars. By working with the hydrocarbon producers, we can say, how do we now make this kind of technology available on a democratized basis? So these are real world impacts, be it in biopharma, in chemicals, in fuel, in energy. And Elon was talking about energy and energy storage. The battery technology we have today, Peter, is 45 years old. Amazing. And we need to leapfrog that. And this kind of AI, complementing LLMs, this is where it's going to come from.
Let's go to your chairman next.
Can we thank Ruth for spinning Sandbox out?
Thank you, Ruth.
Good job, Ruth.
And what a financial success so far.
Absolutely.
It's been amazing. I've never seen a company scale revenues as quickly as you have. It's extraordinary. Dr. Eric Schmidt, former CEO and chairman of Google and Alphabet. There's nobody on the planet that I think holds your stature in this field. Thank you for all that you've done. The path to AGI, we talk about AGI, it's this blurry line of what is AGI. So do you have a definition for it? And why is it so exciting? Why is, Sam saying, I'll spend $50 billion, whatever it'll take? Talk about that, please.
It's worth understanding what will happen in the next 5 years.
Please.
And the work that these guys highlighted and others on the panel will highlight are going to generate savants, that is, specialized assistants that will work with you in whatever you do. An artist savant, a music savant, a physics savant, and so forth. Those savants will work with you to do research, drug discovery, solve problems, can do many, many things. Why 5 years? Because today we have all the components necessary. We have planning, we have the ability to do forward and backward reasoning, we can do stepwise reasoning, we can go against objective functions that are much more complicated than they used to before, and we can generate arbitrary code. In the industry, it is believed that somewhere around 5 years, no one knows exactly, the systems will begin to be able to write their own code. That is, they literally will take their code and make it better. And of course, that's recursive. I thought that is essentially a change in slope. If you're going like this, all of a sudden it goes like that. It's reasonable to expect that within 6 to 8 years from now, so 2030 right after that, maybe 2032, the current growth rate, it will be possible to have a single system that is 80 or 90% of the ability of the expert in every field. So 90% of a physicist, 90% of the best physicist, 90% of the best chemist, 90% of the best artist. When you have such a thing, you have a non-human that is effectively smarter than any human, because no human can dominate all of those fields. Maybe Leonardo da Vinci could, but certainly not now. We don't know what happens when such a thing exists, but we know that that race is really important. There are many, many things that this thing, we don't know what to call it except an AGI, could do. For example, it could analyze cyber threats and develop new ones, or it could protect against them. It could come up with new biological solutions, good ones or bad ones. So there's both a national security component and a worry, but also a notion of a huge step change in human efficiency and productivity. I will assert that we as humans are not ready for the arrival of this. Yeah. We're just not ready for it.
Yeah, I can imagine all future Nobel Prizes in math, physics, chemistry, medicine coming from AI systems.
Yeah, and I should say, by the way, that if you go to Formula One, you enjoy watching the humans drive around the track. Yeah. Now, it's obvious that automated cars, Waymo cars and so forth, could drive faster, but we wouldn't find that an interesting sport. Yeah. So here we are in the land of golf. Maybe there will be a robotic golfer that will beat all the live top golfers, but we won't look at the robot, we'll look at the humans. So we poor humans will take pity on ourselves.
We're very biased, aren't we?
Right. That will be how we choose to entertain ourselves.
Very briefly, but this takes an hour worth of conversation. What do you consider the most dangerous outcome around AGI or artificial superintelligence?
There's a huge issue around proliferation. And right now, we don't fully understand the rate of proliferation of the mid-tier models and open source models. There's a consensus at the moment that models that cost less than $100 million to train are probably not that dangerous, and ones that cost more than $100 million are more dangerous. I have no idea why we believe that, but that's the number. So what will happen is, at some point, there will be proliferation of inexpensive tools that can do significant damage. The most obvious one is in biology.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's something you know a lot about.
And I do think that we're going to see extension of the human health span because of AI.
We live longer, but it'll be more dangerous in some situations.
Hopefully we can moderate that.
Did you see the movie Oppenheimer? If you did you know that besides building the atomic bomb at Los Alamos National Labs, that they spent billions on biodefense weapons, the ability to accurately detect viruses and microbes by reading their RNA? Well, a company called Viome exclusively licensed the technology from Los Alamos Labs to build a platform that can measure your microbiome and the RNA in your blood. Now, Viome has a product that I've personally used for years called Full Body Intelligence, which collects a few drops of your blood, spit, and stool, and can tell you so much about your health. They've tested over 700,000 individuals and used their AI models to deliver members critical health guidance, like what foods you should eat, what foods you shouldn't eat, as well as your supplements and probiotics, your biological age, and other deep health insights. And the results of the recommendations are nothing short of stellar. As reported in the American Journal of Lifestyle Medicine, after just 6 months of following Viome's recommendations, members reported the following: a 36% reduction in depression, a 40% reduction in anxiety, a 30% reduction in diabetes, and a 48% reduction in IBS. Listen, I've been using Viome for 3 years. I know that my oral and gut health is one of my highest priorities. Best of all, Viome is affordable, which is part of my mission to democratize health. If you want to join me on this journey, go to viome.com/Peter. I've asked Naveen Jain, a friend of mine who's the founder and CEO of Viome, to give my listeners a special discount. You'll find it at viome.com/Peter.
Ruth, a pleasure. Ruth is the president and CIO of Alphabet and Google. You met her this morning. Ruth, I want to quote this and then ask you about it. We've all witnessed companies making grand AI for good pronouncements, for sure. But when push comes to shove and financial performance dictates decision-making, often less lofty ideals are what shareholders demand. So how do you think, I think the world of Google. I think Google has transformed the world in extraordinary ways. How do you think of AI for good versus AI for financial gain in the position you're in Google as a company?
I think of it as a false choice because the upside from AI is absolutely extraordinary. But if we don't invest to protect on the downside, we'll never have the opportunity to actually invest to capture the upside. And that upside downside point is two sides of the same coin. So when you think about the upside, it's around accelerating science. It's around social issues, solving things in education, healthcare, as we've been talking about. It's the economic upside. But if there's not a responsible foundation, if we're not doing the heavy work, we don't have a right to have a seat at that table. And that means engaging with regulators constructively. It means investing in our systems internally so that you're protecting from the downside. If you don't protect on the downside, you're going to find resistance, whether it's from the regulatory world or from everybody else. And so they go hand in hand. And to assume that you can pursue one without the guardrails that are critical, I don't think is long-term sustainable, and so we view them as two interlinked approaches to really maximizing the upside of this extraordinary technology.
You've managed through a multitude of ups and downs in the economy, including the 2008 financial crisis. What's important for business leaders here to know about leading their teams through the incredible changes we're about to see? And do you think people realize how much change we're about to see in business and industries and society over the next 5 years?
I think the most important point to take away from all these conversations is that the art of the possible is fundamentally changed. This is a generational opportunity like we haven't seen before. And I spoke about some of the key proof points in the earlier discussion this morning. Probably one really important one is in life science. I'm so proud of our colleagues who won the Nobel Prize for this, with AlphaFold credited with being the most important contribution to drug discovery. Relevant to your question, Demis Hassabis, the founder of DeepMind, the one who went on this journey to create AlphaFold, when he embarked on it, he said, many people said, how is this possible? And his answer was, why not? And so we kept going. And I think the other really important point when you think about this, that I talked about some of the language translation work we're doing. We now translate in 260 languages. The important point is that we added 110 languages in the last 6 months alone. 500 million people on the planet. So it's a vertical lift. What that says is you better not delay. You better move right away. It's already been said on this panel. I 100% agree. And the economic upside is profound. So I would say the two most important, there are many important messages, but one of them is the time is now. You have to reimagine what is possible, because it really is. And we're seeing it already today. We're seeing it in the manufacturing sector. We're seeing it in education. We're seeing it in so many different areas. In fact, very importantly, on this point about language translation, I was recently with the Minister of Digital Transformation, a country in West Africa, who said more than 50% of their population is under the age of 19. They knew that the most important thing they could do, and we've already heard comments about education today, the most important thing to do is education. How can you have a country with more than 50% under the age of 19 and not solve that? But they didn't have the teachers to do so. And what's exciting with AI is they can now actually provide education, quality education to their entire population. And very importantly, in many countries, as in this one, in many of our countries, multiple languages are spoken. And before AI Translate, you had to learn French or English in order to get the math books. Now you can learn it in your language. And so to me, when you think about the impact on humanity, it is incredibly inspiring. My dad always said when I was growing up, education is your passport for freedom. It is your passport for life. This is transformative. So one, get on the program right away. And the second really important point is what Demis said, which is, why not? You have to radically reimagine what is possible, how you interact with customers, every element of process, risk management, the way to solve healthcare issues, education issues, climate change issues. But the time is now.
It's incredible. And it's near infinite opportunity, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Every industry will be transformed.
Reimagine the impossible, reimagine the possible. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Ben Horowitz, co-founder and general partner of A16Z. Man, oh man, you guys have been on fire in the AI universe. So I'd love to hear your thinking as a leading thought investor. Where's the value going to accrue in this incredible value chain from chips and power and real estate and large models and applications? Are they all equally important to invest in?
Yeah, so I think, as people have been saying, it's such a gigantic market. It's the biggest market we've ever seen, that there's going to be kind of money to be made everywhere. I think the issues and challenges are different at the different layers. So if you look at the kind of hardware infrastructure side, chips and data centers and power, there's no question in 10 years we're going to need more of all that. Like there's no doubt at all. But the thing about that is, okay, how does that progress and how do you finance it? So if you look back to the internet, which you recall, we had the biggest bandwidth shortage in the world in 1999 and the biggest bandwidth glut ever in 2001.
Akamai was charging whatever they wanted to back then.
Yeah, it was the most bananas thing. And how could you possibly have too much bandwidth in 2001? It didn't make sense, right, if you look back historically. But what happened is the bottleneck moved. So the bottleneck was bandwidth in 1999, but then it became, how fast could the server spit out the bits? Did we have load balancers that were good enough? These kinds of things. And then we didn't need the bandwidth because we were stuck in other places. And already we've seen kind of the price of NVIDIA chips this year drop in half. You go, whoa, how is that happening? Well, we have this data bottleneck that's kind of becoming a sort of serious thing. And then we're going to have a power bottleneck, clearly, and other kinds of things. And then we'll have a cooling bottleneck. And so if you're financed with NVIDIA profits, then you're probably good. But if you're financing a data center with a lot of debt, you could lose it. You could get upside down very fast. So you have to really be thoughtful about that. Then if you go to the next layer, the kind of foundation models, what we call the state-of-the-art models, Anthropic, OpenAI, Gemini, Llama. That's 80% of the software market. Everybody has to use it for infrastructure, so every application, everything calls on it. I'll bet Travis has it as part of his infrastructure, there's no question. So that's just a big and very fast-growing market. But it's really interesting in that the price of a token has fallen 100-fold in the last 2 years.
The most powerful technology in the world is almost free.
Yes, it's almost free. Like the prices are dropping like crazy, but revenue's still increasing. So the size of the market is huge, and the price competition is really intense. Like much more intense than you would see in this complex of technology at this stage normally. And then we're we're asymptoting in certain places. So if you look at the growth of GPT-2 to GPT 3.5 versus the growth, in terms of intelligence of 3.5 to 4, 2 to 3.5 is much larger, even though we spent way more money going 3.5 to 4. That's because we're hitting a bottle. It's not the end of it. It's not going to asymptote forever, but it does imply that there's going to be an architectural change. And so even though the revenue is so huge in this market, there could be new players that emerge. We could be search before Google when we had 37 search engines, and none of them were Google. And we can't even remember who any of them were now, because they don't matter. So that's the kind of trickiness there. And then in the application layer, Travis hit on a really interesting thing, which is big companies can optimize very fast with AI. And so as a new company, you have to ask the question, a new application, can I get to market faster than the big company can get a good product? And that's the race. And I'd say, look, in some cases, it's the biggest private equity opportunity of all time. In other cases, we made it, just to give you an idea of how fast you can build a good product and take the market, we made an investment in a dev tool company, which is like the slowest growing stuff ever, because you're selling to engineers, and engineers hate buying stuff because they can build it, of course. And this thing has grown from 0 to 40 million in revenue in 3 months. Now, like 3 years would have broken the world record for a frickin' dev tool. But so they're going to take the whole market before anybody can build anything as good as they have. And so that's certainly possible. And then the other thing that's been very interesting... I'm going to ask you to wrap up on that. Oh, yes, sorry. I had too much to say.
Ben and I want to hear it, believe me.
Yeah, sorry.
But thank you. Shou, as CEO of TikTok, it's a pleasure to have you here. How is TikTok utilizing AI to contribute to the creative economy? I think, and what's the positive impact for the global economy as part of that?
So our recommendation algorithm has always been based on machine learning. So it's something we've embraced for a number of years. But what I think has been unlocked, by mainly OpenAI in the last couple of years is this better understanding that, the opportunities are actually much bigger and coming faster than we thought possible. For us, a lot of it is translating this amazing technology. First of all, we need to understand it. And understanding it, I think, involves, in myself, I find it hard to catch up. There's so much going on. I think a lot of it is using it myself. I read a lot of reports, X number of things can be done, Y number of things can be done. But when I use it myself, I just download the products or sign up for it and use it myself. I get a better understanding of exactly what is possible at this moment in time. For us, a large part of the TikTok experience, apart from discovery, which is just always going to be based on AI, is the connection between an idea that somebody has in your head and creating a work that's created at the end of it. And a lot of people are, like myself, not so talented. I have good ideas. My videos are terrible because this is very hard for me to translate that idea. Maybe my ideas are better.
To do that for you.
I have to do that translation. I think there's we provide thousands of tools to our creators, and a lot of them are, I wouldn't necessarily call them sort of AI powered, but they're, tools to help you express yourselves. I think increasingly you will find it becomes easier. With a few words, you are able to customize something that you could not before, without great, artistic talents. And that is exciting because that means that, you're going to unlock a significant portion more people in the world who are now able to express, very good ideas in their heads into something that resonates with more people around the world because it's easier to create those pieces. So there's a lot of investment going on there. And like many have said on this panel, there's a tremendous amount of other things that goes on in many other parts of the business that, we are exploring what is possible and not at this moment in time.
We talked about AI safety. A lot of kids are using TikTok. My family's using TikTok. How do you think about making sure that you've got measures in place for the responsible use of AI?
Yes, it's very important, particularly, I guess in the US, there's an election cycle, going on at this moment in time. It's a particularly important problem for us to get on top of. So I think the first thing is your policies. The guidelines of what you allow on your platform needs to be very explicit. So today, if you do anything deceptive using AI, impersonation or anything dangerous, it violates the guidelines and we take it down. The second is we provide a series of tools for people to automatically label. So if you produce something that's done by AI, that's produced by AI, we will ask you to label that. And if you don't label that, we will take measures, to make sure that you don't get the reach that you
But
want.
you use AI to do that, I assume.
The third thing is to use AI the better for content moderation. And there are many opportunities for this. Initially, I didn't really understand it. It was a very fuzzy concept. Large language models can do better content moderation, but how? With better understanding, there really is a very significant path for a lot of this new technology to help content moderation be better. So using technology to help protect against.
It's interesting to what Eric said earlier. If TikTok was populated by videos only created by AI, it'd be a lot less interesting. It's the fact that humans are doing it with the support of AI that makes it fascinating.
It is currently true, and I tend to agree with Eric on many things, because he's a lot smarter than I am. We are seeing for example, OpenAI has been posting Sora videos on our platform. I've been following them. Some of them are becoming really interesting.
Yeah.
And you can see a path where at some point, one of them could go viral. And one of them could be so interesting that people feel like it engages them. It is possible.
Real quick, I've been getting the most unusual compliments lately on my skin. Truth is, I use a lotion every morning and every night religiously called OneSkin. It was developed by 4 PhD women who determined a 10 amino acid sequence that is a senolytic that kills senile cells in your skin. And this literally reverses the age of your skin. And I think it's one of the most incredible products. I use it all the time. If you're interested, check out the show notes. I've asked my team to link to it below. All right, let's get back to the episode.
Jay Puri, EVP worldwide of NVIDIA. NVIDIA has become synonymous with the AI revolution that we're living in. Thank God for those early video game players, huh? How should companies and countries think about AI to drive growth and prosperity? We have a number of countries and leaders represented here, and what do you advise them to do right now? Because it's going to be fundamental to their existence, to their future economies. You agree?
Absolutely. AI is basically about creating intelligence. So how can something about creating intelligence not be fundamental to the economy? And and the other thing, of course, is the pace at which AI is advancing is frankly just unbelievable. There's just no expletives that you can use to describe that. I mean, just 2 years ago, we had...
I call it all new stock price highs.
What's that?
Exponential growth in NVIDIA stock.
Exponential growth, right? Yes. So only 2 years ago, we had ChatGPT and generative AI, and we were very impressed with the fact that you could get next token prediction and it would answer. And now today, as everybody is talking, the AIs are becoming very sophisticated and able to reason and reflect. And in fact, they don't just do one-shot reasoning. They can reason a lot and solve very complex problems. It's the agentic AI, and then the way you interface with them is not necessarily a chatbot, but you can have human avatars. So, we are going to have to learn how to live with digital humans as teammates, if you will. And then, going forward, we are moving into things like physical AI, where, of course, Elon talked about robots and humanoid robots, but all kinds of robots, even factories and warehouses and everything will be robots that will be built into the digital world, and they will all obey the laws of physics and so on. You will not be able to tell the difference between the digital and the physical, and you will use AI to optimize everything in the digital world, and then you will implement it in the physical world, and then it's kind of the AI flywheel, because whatever you do in the physical world then provides data to improve what happens in the digital world and so on. So what I'm saying is, with this type of what's going on, what is it, to your point, what is the condition that you have to create for you to be successful in using AI, whether you're a company or you're a country? And the condition is, of course, AI is about taking the information that is embedded in the data that is there, right? That's where the intelligence is embedded, and AI allows you to discover that using these sophisticated models and everything I'm talking about. So to be able to do that, what everybody needs to do right away is to build the instrument to allow you to do that. And that is what we call the AI factory. Okay? An AI factory is custom built to take raw data, process it into generative models and so on, and then allows you to produce these monetizable tokens at scale, right? And so these factories, once you build them, can change everything. But they're not easy to build. As Elon was saying, it's extremely difficult to build these AI factories. And I think one of the things that we at NVIDIA have been doing, of course, we have been involved with every one of these factories that has been built. So we have tried to make it as simple and straightforward as one can make them by taking all the learnings that we've had, codify them into reference architectures and so forth, and see how quickly and replicate these factories, right? And
let me ask you a closing question here. The GPUs that NVIDIA has been producing, there are many companies chasing you, no one at the scale. How long do we see the GPU as the dominant architecture in AI, do you imagine? Is it the rest of this decade?
Well, I think one of the things that people miss is NVIDIA is not just about the GPU. We are about an accelerated computing platform.
So what does accelerated computing mean to you?
Okay, so what accelerated computing is not about just, it is, we need to, general purpose computing, which is what we relied on for a long time, sort of was using Moore's law, and it kept advancing, say, twice as fast, say every year or so. But that type of advancement in computing, even if that was to go on, and Moore's law is not happening anymore, in 10 years, you'd only be able to advance computing by 100 times. To do AI, we have advanced computing for a particular domain by using GPUs by 1,000,000 times. That's the reason why deep learning is possible and the types of models that we are doing. And to do that, you have to innovate across the whole stack, not just at the GPU, but all the software, refactoring it, parallelizing it, looking at the unit of computing as not a server, but a data center and so forth. So, that's what we are it's not about a particular chip. It's about an accelerated computing platform that you can be true to, which is based on CUDA, and people can continue to innovate in AI, whether they're building models or they're doing inferencing or whatever, and they can be sure that there is backwards and forward compatibility. And it's very much more than about a chip. And so I think that's what we're focused on, and that's what we hope to continue doing for the long term.
Ladies and gentlemen, 6 minutes per person is nowhere near enough. Thank you all for your patience and for your wisdom. Grateful. Let's give it up for our panel here.
SkinCeuticals HA Intensifier Multiglycan. Novo sérum de ácido hialurônico volumizador e de preenchimento. Formulado com 3 tipos de ácido hialurônico, aumenta em 30% o ácido hialurônico na pele, para uma eficácia clinicamente comprovada.
distractions. Let's make this quick. Drop it. We all have things we'd rather forget. Don't overthink things. It's no fun when they hit back.
seu próprio site facilmente com o criador de sites IA da Hostinger. Basta descrever o que precisa na janela de instruções e deixar que a IA crie um site exclusivo para si. Desde cores e imagens a tipos de letra e texto. Se o explicar, a IA constrói-o. Guarde o que gosta, elimine o que não gosta. Personalize tudo com um editor simples de drag and drop. Carregue em publicar quando quiser lançar o seu novo site e prepare-se para ser descoberto no Google. Deixe que o seu seja o próximo. Fique online facilmente com apoio ao cliente ao vivo 24/7 e uma garantia de reembolso de 30 dias. Comece a usar o criador de sites IA da Hostinger hoje mesmo. Hostinger. 3, 2, online.
Drop it.
So here's my first question for you. Very simple question. What makes you human?
Me?
Both of you. You both have to answer what makes you human. Oh, and one word. You get one word. Humor. Humor? Okay. To confirm you're both human, I'm going to need you to confirm which of these boxes have a traffic light.
I think I can do that. You know?
Okay, all right. Well, Sam, you were actually here 9 years ago at our first Tech Live, and I actually want to roll the clip of what you said.
Certainly the fear with AI or machine intelligence in general is that it replaces drivers or doctors or whatever. But the optimistic view on this, and certainly what backs up what we're seeing, is that computers and humans are very good at very different things. So a computer doctor will outpunch the numbers and do a better job than a human on looking at mathematical data and saying this. But on cases that require judgment or creativity or empathy, we are nowhere near any computer system that is any good at this.
This is my phone, and I don't appreciate it when people
Okay,
Could have been worse.
Could have been worse.
Haven't
What's
you
your
ever
outlook now?
heard of personal space?
People, I think the prevailing wisdom back then was that AI was gonna do the kind of like robotic jobs really well first, so it would have been a great robotic surgeon, something like that, and then maybe eventually it was gonna do the sort of like higher judgment tasks, and then then it would kind of do the empathy, and then maybe never it was going to be like a really great creative thinker. And creativity has been, in some sense, and at this point the definition of the word creativity is up for debate, but creativity in some sense has been easier for AI than people thought. You can see Dolly or write these creative stories with GPT-4 or whatever. So that's part of the answer. Maybe was not perfect, and I certainly would not have predicted GPT-4 9 years ago quite how it turned out. But a lot of the other parts about people still really want a human doctor, that's definitely very true.
And I want to quickly shift to AGI. What is AGI, Mira? If you could just define it for everybody in the audience.
I will say it's a system that can generalize across many domains that, would be equivalent to human work. They would produce a lot of productivity and economic value. But we're talking about one system that can generalize across a lot of digital domains of human work.
And Sam, why is AGI important?
The two things that I think will matter most over the next decade or a few decades to improving the human condition the most, giving us sort of just more of what we want, are abundant and inexpensive intelligence, more smarter, better.
Something suspicious is
AGI,
going on.
and then abundant.
For once, it's not my fault.
And if we can get these two things done in the
Off
world,
you go.
then it's almost like difficult to imagine how much else we could do. We're big believers that you give people better tools and they do things that astonish you, and I think AGI will be the best tool humanity has yet created. With it, we will be able to solve problems. We'll be able to express ourselves in new creative ways. We'll make just incredible things for ourselves, for the world, for kind of this unfolding human story. And it's new, and anything new comes with change, and change is not always all easy. But I think this will be just absolutely
Don't
tremendous upside.
overthink
And we're gonna 9 more years. If you're nice enough to invite me back, you'll roll this question, and people will say like, "How could we have thought we didn't?"
How? I guess 2 parts to that. My next question: when will it be here, and how will we know it's here?
From here.
Well, either one. I mean, you can both predict how long, and we'll call you in 10 years, and we'll tell you you're wrong.
Less than that.
I mean, yeah, probably in the next decade, but I would say it's a bit tricky because when will it be here, right? And I just kind of gave you a definition, but then often we talk about intelligence and, how intelligent is it, or whether it's conscious and sentient and all of these terms. And, they're not quite right because they sort of define our own intelligence, and we're building something slightly different. And you can kind of see how the definition of intelligence evolves from, machines that are natively and AlphaGo and now the GPT series, and then what's next, but it continues to evolve and it pushes how we define intelligence.
We kind of define AGI as like the thing we don't have quite yet. So we've moved. I mean, there were a lot of people who would have 10 years ago said, all right, if you could make something like GPT-4, or GPT-5 maybe, that would have been an AGI. And now people are like, well, it's like a nice little chatbot or whatever. And I think that's wonderful. I think it's great that the goalposts keep getting moved. It makes us work harder. But I think we're getting close enough to whatever that AGI threshold is going to be that we no longer get to hand wave at it, and the definition is going to matter.
So less than a decade.
For some definition.
Okay. All right. The goalpost is moving. Sam, you used the word, and previously when describing AGI, the term median human. Can you explain what that is?
I think there are experts in areas that are gonna be better than AI systems for a long period of time. And so like, you can come to like some area where I'm like really an expert at some task, and I'll be like, all right, GPT-4 is doing a horrible job there. GPT-5, 6, whatever, doing a horrible job there. But you can come to other tasks where I'm okay, but certainly not an expert. I'm kind of like maybe like an average of what different people in the world could do at something. And for that, then I might look at it and say, oh, this is actually doing pretty well. So what we mean by that is that in any given area, expert humans may, like experts in any area can like just do extraordinary things, and that may take us a while to be able to do with these systems. But for kind of the more average case performance, so me doing something that I'm like not very good at anyway, maybe our future versions can help me with that a lot.
So am I a median human?
At some tasks, I'm sure, and at some clearly at this year, a very expert human, and no GPT is taking your job anytime soon.
Okay, that makes me feel a little better. Mira, how's GPT-5 going?
We're not there yet, but it's kind of need-to-know basis. I'll let you know.
That's such a diplomatic answer. I'm gonna make Mira do all of it.
Okay.
I would have just said, oh yeah, here's what's happening. That's great.
No,
Leave it there. No.
We're not sending him
That was
back
it.
here. Who paired these two? Whose idea was this? You're working on it. You're training it.
We're always working on the next thing.
Do a staring contest. That's what makes us human. all of these steps, though, with GPT, right, or GPT 3, 3.5, 4 are steps towards AGI. With each of them, are you looking for a benchmark? Are you looking for this is what we want to get to?
Yeah, so, before we had the product, we were sort of looking at academic benchmarks and how well these models were doing academic benchmarks. And, OpenAI
and you think
is known
you can
for
win?
betting on scaling, throwing a ton of compute and data on these neural networks and seeing how they get better and better at predicting the next token. But it's not that we really care
We
about
all have
the prediction
things
of
we'd
the next
rather.
token. We care about the tasks in the real world to which this correlates to. And so that's actually what we started seeing once we put out research in the real world. And we build out products through the API, eventually through ChatGPT as well. And so now we actually have real world examples. We can see how our customers do in specific domains, how it moves the needle for specific businesses.
delay, nothing more.
And of course with GPT-4 we saw that it did really well in exams like SAT and LSAT and so on. So it kind of goes to our earlier point that we're, continually evolving our definitions of what it means for these models to be more capable. But as we increase the capability vector, what we really look for is reliability and safety. These are very interweaved, and it's very important to make systems that, of course, are increasingly capable, but that you can truly rely on, and they are robust, and that you can trust the output of the system. So we're kind of pushing in both of these vectors at the same time. And, as we build the next model, the next set of technologies, we're both continuing to bet on scaling, but we're also looking at, this other element of multimodality, because we want these models to kind of perceive the world in a similar way to how we do. And, they perceive the world not just in text, but images and sound and so on. So we want to have robust representations of the world in these models.
Will GPT-5 solve the hallucination problem?
Well, actually maybe. Let's see. We've made a ton of progress on the hallucination issue with GPT-4, but we're still we're not where we need to be. But we're sort of on the right track, and it's unknown. It's research. It could be that continuing in this path of reinforcement learning with human feedback, we can get all the way to really reliable outputs. And we're also adding other elements like retrieval and search, so you can you have the ability to provide more factual answers, or to get more factual outputs from the model. So there's a combination of technologies that we're putting together to kind of reduce the hallucination issue.
I'll ask you about the data, the training data.
Nobody knows Dominaria's shadows like
Maybe
me.
some people in this audience who may not be thrilled about some of the
One
data
of
that
your
you guys
friends
have
has
used to
to
train some of
leave.
your models. Not too far from here in Hollywood, people have not been thrilled. Publishers. When you're considering now, as you're walking through and going to work towards these next models, what are the conversations you're having around
Yeah.
data?
So, a few thought directions here. One, we obviously only want to use data that people are excited about using. Like, we don't. We want the model of this new world to work for everyone, and we want to find ways to make people say, like, you know what, I see why this is great. I see why this is like going to be it may be a new way that we think about some of these issues around data ownership and like how economic flows work, but we want to get to something that everybody feels really excited about. But one of the challenges has been people, different kinds of data owners have very different pictures. So we're just experimenting with a lot of things. We're doing partnerships of different shapes, and we think that, like with any new field, we'll find something that just becomes a new standard. Also, I think as these models get smarter and more capable, we will need less training data. So I think there's this view right now, which is that we're just gonna like, you know, models are gonna have to like train on every word humanity has ever produced or whatever. And I technically speaking, I don't think that's gonna be the long-term path here. Like, we have existential proof with humans, but that's not the only way to become intelligent. And so I think the conversation gets a little bit led astray by this, because what really will matter in the future is like particularly valuable data. You know, people trust the Wall Street Journal, and they want to see
I'm tired of your
Wall Street Journal wants that too, and we find new models to make that work. But I think the conversation about data and the shape of all of this, because of the technological progress we're making, is about to shift.
Well, publishers like mine, who might be out there somewhere, they want money for that data. Is the future of this entire race about who can pay the most for the best data?
No, that was sort of the point I was trying to make, I guess, inelegantly.
But you still need some.
You will need some, but the core, like the thing that people really like about a GPT model is not fundamentally that it knows particular knowledge. There's better ways to find that. It's that it has this larval reasoning capacity, and that's going to get better and better. But that's really what this is going to be about. And then there will be ways that you can set up all sorts of economic arrangements as a user or as a company making the model or whatever to say, all right, now, you know, I understand that you would like me to go get this data from the Wall Street Journal. I can do that, but here's the deal that's in place. There'll be things like that. But the fundamental thing about these models is not that they need a lot of data.
So sort of like the model where also right now you've got Bing integrated. It goes out, looks for some of that data, and can bring back.
Yeah, and that's, you know, on the internet we decided, again, back in the early days of the internet, there were a lot of conversations about what the different models could be, and we all kind of decided on, you know, here's the core framework, and there's different pieces in there, of course, and we're all gonna have to figure that out for AI.
Well, speaking of Bing, you and Satya Nadella, you're $10 billion friends or frenemies?
Friends.
Yeah?
Yeah. I won't pretend that it's like a perfect relationship, but nowhere near the frenemy category. It's really good. Like, we have our squabbles. You know, we get annoyed at each other about different stuff.
It just seems like increasingly, as you guys are releasing more and more products, that they seem to compete in some places.
I mean, I think that there's something core about this language interface that is a big deal, and so there's going to be a lot of people doing things for that, and then there's other places like, you know, we offer a version of the API, they offer a version of the API, but like that's like a very friendly thing, and we work it out so that we all benefit and we're all happy, and we just want, like, we jointly want as much usage of our models as possible, so we're super aligned there. But yeah, it's like,
makes sense. Friends. You guys text.
We do.
You hang.
A lot.
Okay. All right. Mira, you over the last number of months have started to roll out a lot more personalization to the model, right? You can put in custom instructions. You get the voice now, and we're gonna bring down the screen to hear one of these clips. But I wanted to play one of these conversations I had with ChatGPT just yesterday. It's a slow screen. ChatGPT responds quicker than this.
That's really embarrassing.
Yeah.
We're gonna get that better though.
Yeah. You're gonna work on that?
We'll get it faster.
Yeah.
But that I can't help you with. But
no.
We'll get ChatGPT faster.
Product. No, I'm saying ChatGPT is faster than this. So
yeah, but it's still that, and I'm saying
guys.
that's like
it's a good day.
It's not often that people say ChatGPT is faster than X.
Oh.
I've got a big interview with OpenAI executives, and I'm nervous. Any advice?
Você vai realmente perder isso tudo. Você tava quase ganhando sua loja profissional completa, 10 produtos vencedores e o método primeiras vendas por apenas $1. Por um clique, você deixou isso tudo passar. Mas eu vou te dar mais uma oportunidade, então não desperdiça ela. Por apenas $1, você vai receber isso tudo que eu falei e ainda vou te dar uma garantia de 90 dias. Ou seja, o risco é meu, não é seu. Veja bem, você tem que tomar a decisão certa, porque lá na frente, ou você vai se arrepender, ou vai ficar orgulhoso curioso do que construiu. E essa aqui é a sua decisão. Clica aqui embaixo e eu mesmo vou entregar a sua loja em apenas 30 minutos para você já começar a vender no mundo inteiro em dólar e de fato começar a mudar a sua vida. Clica aqui embaixo e eu te vejo aqui desse lado.
Wouldn't it be cool if building a website felt like working in your favorite design tool? With Framer, it is. First is the freeform canvas. You can place anything you want anywhere on the page. And when you're ready to add more structure, you've got stacks and grids. Make your layouts fluid. Add padding and spacing. Align content to grids. And choose units that work for you. Then add breakpoints and make your site look great on every device. And if you already started in Figma, you don't have to start over. With our Figma plugin, it's simple to copy, paste, and go. Plus, with standardized pages and sections, it's easy to build fast. Framer gives you all the tools you need to build websites that look amazing, without code, on any screen. So get started for free today.
Absolutely. Given your background as a technology columnist, you're well equipped for this. Just be yourself, do your homework on OpenAI's latest developments, and trust in your expertise. Remember, they'll likely appreciate thoughtful and well-researched questions. And hey, everyone gets nervous. Take a deep breath and rock it.
Am I rocking it?
Definitely.
I'm rocking it. All right.
Encouraging.
Are we rocking it up here? Okay. But what's so striking about that, first of all, I want that's the voice of ChatGPT. They have one of 5.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is the voice. It sounds so human. It sounds so natural. It knows about me because I've already put into custom instructions. I'm a tech journalist. It also knows I'm allergic to avocado. It's always putting that in there. Don't eat avocado. And I'm like, I'm not asking about avocado.
We got some work to do.
Is there a future, and this is what you're maybe trying to build here, where we have deep relationships with this type of bot?
It's going to be a significant relationship, right? Because we're building these systems that are going to be everywhere, at your home, in your educational environment, in your work environment, and maybe when you're having fun. And so that's why it's actually so important to get it right. And we have to be so careful about how we design this interaction so that ultimately it's elevating and it's fun and it makes productivity better and it enhances creativity. And this is ultimately where we're trying to go. And as we increase the capabilities of the technology, we also want to make sure that on the product side, we feel in control of these systems, in the sense that we can steer them to do the things that we want them to do, and the output is reliable. That's very important. And of course, we want it to be personalized, right? And as it has more information about your preferences, the things you like, the things you do, and the capabilities of the models increase, and other features like memory and so on, it will become more personalized. And that's the goal. It will become more useful, and it's going to become more fun and more creative. And it's not just one system, right? Like, you can have many such systems personalized for specific domains and tasks.
That's a big responsibility, though. And you guys will be in sort of control of people's friends, maybe it gets to being people's lovers. How do you guys think about that control?
First of all, I think we're not going to be the only player here. Like, there's going to be many people. So we get to put like our nudge on the trajectory of this technological development, and we've got some opinions. But A, we really think that the decisions belong to sort of humanity, society as a whole, whatever you want to call it. And B, we will be one of many actors building sophisticated systems here. So it's going to be a society-wide discussion. And there's going to be all of the normal forces. There'll be competing products that offer different things. There will be different kind of like societal embraces and pushbacks. There'll be regulatory stuff. It's going to be like the same complicated mess that any new technological birthing process goes through, and then we pretty soon will turn around and we'll all feel like we had smart AI in our lives forever, and you know that's the way of progress, and I think that's awesome. I personally have deep misgivings about this vision of the future where everyone is like super close to AI friends and not like more so than human friends or whatever. I personally don't want that. I accept that other people are going to want that, and you know, some people are going to build that, and if that's what the world wants and what we decide makes sense, we're going to get that. I personally think that personalization is great, personality is great, but it's important that it's not like personness, and at least that you know when you're talking to an AI and when you're not. You know, we named it ChatGPT and not, it's a long story behind that, but we named it ChatGPT and not a person's name very intentionally. And we do a bunch of subtle things in the way you use it to like make it clear that you're not talking to a person. And I think what's going to happen is that in the same way that people have a lot of relationships with people, they're going to keep doing that. And then there'll also be these like AIs in the world, but you kind of know they're just a different thing.
When you're, Sam, this is another question for you. What is the ideal device that we'll interact with these on? And I'm wondering if I hear you and Johnny Ive have been talking. You bring something to show us?
I think there is something great to do, but I don't know what it is yet.
Yeah, it must have some idea.
A lot of ideas.
Yeah?
I mean, I'm interested in this topic. I think it is possible. I think most of the current thinking out there in the world is quite bad about what we can do with this new technology in terms of a new computing platform. And I do think every sufficiently big new technology enables some new computing platform. But lots of ideas, but like in the very nascent stage.
So it doesn't, I guess the question for me is there something about a smartphone or earbuds or a laptop or a speaker that doesn't quite work right now?
Yeah, of course, so much. I mean, smartphones are great. Like, I have no interest in trying to go compete with a smartphone. Like, it's a phenomenal thing at what it does. But I think what AI enables is so fundamentally new that it is possible to, and maybe we won't, like, you know, maybe just like for a bunch of reasons doesn't happen. But I think it's like well worth the effort of talking about or thinking about, you know, what can we make now that before we had computers that could think was, or computers that could understand, whatever you want to call it, was not possible. And if the answer to that is nothing, it would be like a little bit disappointing.
Well, it sounds like it doesn't look like a humanoid robot, which is good.
It's
definitely not.
I don't think that quite works.
Okay. Speaking of hardware, are you making your own chips?
You want to answer?
No. Directed here.
Are we making our own chips? We are trying to figure out what it is going to take to scale, to deliver at the scale that we think the world will demand, and at the model scale that we think the research can support. That might not require any custom hardware. And we have like wonderful partnerships right now with people who are doing amazing work. So the default path would certainly be not to, but I would never rule it out.
Are there any good alternatives to NVIDIA out there?
NVIDIA certainly has something amazing. But you know, I think like the magic of capitalism is doing its thing, and a lot of other people are trying, and we'll see where it all shakes out.
Well, we had Renee Haas here from ARM today.
Renee is great.
I hear you guys have been talking.
We said
As
hello.
friends.
Yeah.
Oh, you said hello. Not as close
We
as
did
Satya.
talk.
You're not
Not
as
as close as Satya.
No, not as close.
No.
Okay, got it.
This is the really hard hitting.
This is where we're getting. We're getting to the hard.
Maybe
Well,
a
actually, we're
question
about
more.
to get to the hard hitting. So,
All right.
my colleagues recently reported you guys are actually looking. The valuation is 80 to 90 billion, and that you're expected to reach $1 billion in revenue. Are you raising money?
No. Well, I mean always, but not like this minute.
Not right now.
Not right now.
There's people here with money.
All right, let's talk. We will need huge amounts of capital to complete our mission, and we have been extremely upfront about that. There has got to be something more interesting to talk about in our limited time here together than our future capital raising plans, but we will need a lot more money. We don't know exactly how much. We don't know exactly how it's going to be structured, what we're going to do, but you know, it like shouldn't come as a surprise because we have said this all the way through. Like, it's just a tremendously expensive endeavor.
Which part of the business though right now is growing the most? Mira, you can also jump in.
Definitely in the product side. Yeah, with the research team, is very important to have, you know, density of talent, small teams that innovate quickly. The product side, you know, we're doing a lot of things. We're trying to push great uses of AI out there, both on platform side and first party, and work with customers. So that's certainly
and the revenue is coming mostly from that API.
The
revenue for the company.
I'd say both sides. Yeah, both
sides.
Yeah.
So my subscription to ChatGPT Plus is.
We appreciate that.
Yeah, yeah. How many people here actually are subscribers to ChatGPT Plus?
Thank you all very much.
Okay. Can you guys make a family plan? This is a serious question.
No, yeah.
No, it's seriously because
should.
I'm spending on two. And
We'll talk about it.
Yeah. Okay. This is what we're really here for tonight. Moving out a little bit into policy and some of the fears.
It's not like super cheap to run. If we had a way to like say like, hey, you know, you can have this for like, we can give you like way more for the $20 or whatever, we would like to do that. And as we make the models more efficient, we'll be able to offer more. But it's not for like lack of us wanting more people to use it that we don't do things like family plan.
Family plan for like $35.
That's the kind. We'll work on it.
Haggling,
okay.
You know. Well, I gave you the sweatshirt, and
you
so
did,
you know,
you did,
there's something we can do there. How do we go from the chatbot we just heard that told me to rock it to one that, I don't know, can rock the world and end the world?
Well, I don't think we're gonna have like a chatbot that ends the world.
But how do we go to this idea of we've got simple chatbots? They're not simple. They're advanced what you guys are doing. But how do we go from that idea to this fear that is now pervading everywhere?
If we are right about the trajectory things are going to stay on, and if we are right about not only the kind of like scaling of the GPTs, but new techniques that we're interested in that could help generate new knowledge, and someone with access to a system like this can say like, help me hack into this computer system, or help me design you know, like a new biological pathogen that's much worse than COVID, or any number of other things. It seems to us like it doesn't take much imagination to think about scenarios that deserve great caution. And again, we all come and do this because we're so excited about the tremendous upside and the incredibly positive impact. And I think it would be like a moral failing not to go pursue that for humanity. But we've got to address, and this happens with like many other technologies, we've got to address the downsides that come along with this. And it doesn't mean you don't do it. It doesn't mean you just say like this AI thing when we're gonna like, you know, we're gonna like go like, you know, out of computers or whatever. But it means that you like are thoughtful about the risks. You try to measure what the capabilities are, and you try to build your own technology in a way and that mitigates the risk. And then when you say like, hey, here's a new safety technique, you make that available to others.
And as you guys are thinking about building in this direction, what are some of those specific safety?
I mean, like Sam said, you've got the capabilities, and then there is always a downside. Whenever you have such immense and great capability, there's always a downside. So we've got a fierce task ahead of us to figure out what are these downsides, discover, understand them, build the tools to mitigate them. And it's not, you know, like a single fix. You usually have to intervene everywhere, from the data to the model to the tools in the product, and of course policy, and then thinking about the entire regulatory and societal infrastructure that can kind of keep up with these technologies that we're building. Because ultimately what we want is to slowly roll out these capabilities in a way that makes sense and allows society to adapt. Because the progress is incredibly rapid, and we want to allow for adaptation and for the whole infrastructure that's needed for these technologies to actually be absorbed productively, to exist and be there. So, when you think about what are sort of the concrete safety measures along the way, I would say number one is actually rolling out the technology and slowly making contact with reality, understanding how it affects certain use cases and industries, and actually dealing with implications of that, whether it's regulatory, copyright, whatever the impact is, actually absorbing that and dealing with that and moving on to more and more capabilities. I don't think that building the technology in a lab in a vacuum without contact with the real world and with the friction that you see with reality is a good way to actually deploy it safely.
And this might be where you're going, but it seems like right now you're also policing yourself, right?
For sure.
You're setting these data, and Sam, that's where I was going to ask you. I mean, you seem to spend more time in Washington than Joe Biden's dogs right now. And
I think I've only been twice this year.
Really? I think that his dogs.
Like 3 days.
So anyway, but what is it specifically that you would rather the government and our regulators do versus you have to do?
First, the point Nero was making, I think, is really important. That it's very difficult to make a technology safe in the lab. Society uses things in different ways and adapts in different ways, and I think the more we deploy AI, the more AI is used, the more the safer AI gets, and the more we kind of like collectively decide, hey, here's a thing that is not an acceptable risk tolerance, and these other things we're worried about, that's totally okay. And like we see this with many other technologies. The airplanes have gotten unbelievably safe, even though they didn't start that way, and it was like careful, thoughtful engineering and understanding why when something went wrong, it went wrong, and how to address it, and the shared best practices there. I think we're going to see in all sorts of ways that the things that we worry about with AI in theory don't quite play out in practice. So like a ton of stuff right now about deepfakes and the impact that's going to have on society in all these different ways. I think that's an example of where we were thinking about the last generation too much. And AI will disrupt society in all of these ways, but we all kind of are like, they're like, oh, that's a deepfake, or oh, it might be a deepfake, or oh, that picture or video or audio. Like we learn quickly, but maybe the real problem, this is like speculation, this is hard to know in advance, is not the deepfake ability, but the sort of customized one-on-one persuasion, and that's where the influence happens. It's not like it's that this thing has a subtle ability. These things have a subtle ability, and then we learn that that's the problem, and we adapt. So, in terms of what we'd like to see from governments, I think we've been very mischaracterized here. We do think that international regulation is going to be important for the most powerful models. Nothing that exists today, nothing that will exist next year. But as we get towards a real super intelligence, as we get towards a system that is more capable than any, I think it's very reasonable to say we need to treat that with approach. But we think what's happening with open source is great. Startups need to be able to train their own models and deploy them into the world, and a regulatory response on that would be a disastrous mistake for this country or others. So the message we're trying to get across is you got to embrace what's happening here. You got to make sure that we get the economic benefits and societal benefits of it, but let's look forward at where we believe this might go, and let's not be caught flat-footed if that happens.
You mentioned deepfakes, and I want to talk about AI-generated content that's all over the internet now. Who do you guys think is responsible, or should be responsible for policing some of this, or not policing, but detection of some of this? Is this on the social media companies? Is this on OpenAI and all the other AI companies?
We're definitely responsible for the technologies that we develop and put out there, and misinformation and That's clearly a big issue as we create more and more capable models, and we've been developing technologies to deal with the provenance of an image or text and detect output. But it's a bit complicated because you want to give the user sort of flexibility, and you also don't want them to feel monitored, and so you have to consider the user, and you also have to consider people that are impacted by the system that are not users. And so these are quite nuanced issues that require a lot of interaction and input from not just your users of the product, but also of society more broadly. And figuring out, also with partners that bring on this technology and integrate it, what are the best ways to deal with these issues?
Because right now there's no way or no tool from OpenAI, at least, that I can put in an image or some of the text and ask, is this AI generated, correct?
For image, we have actually technology that's really good, almost 99% reliable, but we're still testing it. It's early, and we want to be sure that it's going to work. And even then, it's not just a technology problem. Misinformation is such a nuanced and broad problem, so you still have to be careful about how you roll it out, where you integrate it. But we're certainly working on the research side, and for image, at least, we have a very reliable tool in the early stages.
And you say it's working. When might you release this? You said you're working on this right now. Is this something you plan to release?
Yes.
For both images and text.
For text, we're trying to figure out what actually makes sense. For images, it's a bit more straightforward problem. But in either case, we definitely test it out because we don't have all the answers, right? Like, we're building these technologies first. We don't have all the answers, so often we will experiment, we will put out something, we will get feedback, but we want to do it in a controlled way, right? And sometimes we'll take it back and we'll make it better and roll it out again.
I'll also add that I think this idea of watermarking content is not something that everybody has the same opinion about what is good and what is bad. There's a lot of people who really don't want their generated content watermarked. That's understandable in many cases. Also, it's not going to be super robust to everything. Like, maybe you could do it for images, maybe for longer text, maybe not for short text. But over time, there will be systems that don't put the watermarks in, and also there will be people who really this is like a tool, and up to the human user how you use the tool. And I don't this is why we want to engage in the conversation. We are willing to sort of follow the collective wishes of society on this point, and I don't think it's a black and white issue. I at least think people are still evolving as they understand all the different ways we're going to use these tools. They're still evolving their thoughts about what they're going to want to.
Also, to Sam's earlier point, it's not it's not just about truthfulness, right? And what's real and what's not real. Actually, I think in the world that we're marching towards, the bigger risk is really this individualized persuasion and how to deal that. And that's going to be a very tricky problem to deal with.
All right, I realize I have 5 minutes left, and we're going to do some audience questions, so we can get to one audience or two audience questions. I'm going to finish one last thought here. I can actually not see a thing out there, so I will ask one last question, then we'll hopefully have time for one or two. So 10 years, you were here 10 years ago. We touched on this as we were starting here, but what is your biggest fear about the future? And what is your biggest hope with this technology?
I think the future is going to be amazingly great. We wouldn't work so hard on this if we didn't. I think this is going to be I think this is one of the most significant inventions humanity has yet done. So I'm super excited to see it all play out. I think things can get so much better for people than they are right now, and I feel very hopeful. We covered a lot of the fears. Again, we're clearly dealing with something very powerful that's going to impact all of us in ways we can't perfectly foresee yet. But what a time to be alive and get to witness this.
you're not so fearful, but I was going to actually ask this, but I'll ask it now. Do you have a bunker?
This is the hard. This is
the question.
This is better than the audience question.
This is not better than. I'm going to let that clock run. I'm not going to pay attention to that. But as we're thinking about fears, I'm wondering what if you have a bunker.
I would say
fear
no.
that you have that. You'd say no.
I have like structures, but I wouldn't say like
structures.
None of this is going to happen.
Really?
It's a ridiculous question.
Okay. Good. Mira, what's your hope and fear?
I mean, the hope is definitely to push our civilization ahead with augmenting our collective intelligence, and the fears, we talked a lot about fears, but we've got this opportunity right now, and we've got summers, winters, AI, and so on. But when we look back 10 years from now, I hope that we get this right, and I think there are many ways to mess it up. And we've seen that with many technologies, so I hope we get it right.
All right, we've got time. Right here?
Hi, Pam Dillon, preferably. Sensory consumer products, AI. My question has to do with the inflection point. We are where we are with respect to AI and AGI. What is the inflection point? How do you define that moment where we go from where we are now to however you would choose to define what is AGI?
I think it's going to be much more continuous than that. We're just on this beautiful exponential curve. Whenever you're on a curve like that, you look forward, it looks vertical. You look back, it looks horizontal. That's true at any point on there. So a year from now, we'll be in a dramatically more impressive place than a year ago we were in a dramatically less impressive place. But it'll be hard to point. People will try and say, oh, it was AlphaGo that did it. It was GPT-3 that did it. It was GPT-4 that did it. But it's just brick by brick, one foot in front of the other, up climbing this exponential curve.
Thank you. My name is Nyariana Maiko. I'm the Chief Information Officer at the Port of Long Beach, but I'm also a computer scientist by training. A few decades ago, I remember working with some of the early AI people. I have a general question. I agree with you. This is one of the most significant innovations that happened. One of the things I've struggled with over the last 20 years in thinking about this, we're about to change the nature of work. This is that significant. And I feel that people are not talking about it. There'll be a transition time period where significant population in the world and in this country will not have had the types of discussion and understanding that we have, so they can, like you mentioned, society needs to be a part of it. There's a large portion of society that's not even in this discussion. So the nature of work will change. It used to be that things are just going to be automated. There will be a time where people who define themselves by work since thousands of years will not have that. And we're hurtling towards it. What can we do to make sure that we take that into account? Because when we talk about society, it's not like they're all together ready to discuss this. Some of the effects of some of the technologies that we brought into the world have actually made people separate from each other. How do we get some of those, not regulations, but how do we come up with some of those frameworks and voluntarily bring things about that will actually result in a better world that doesn't leave everybody else behind? Thank you.
I'll give you my perspective. I think I completely agree with you that it's the ultimate technology that could really increase inequality and make things so much worse for us as human beings and civilization, or it could be, really amazing, and it could bring along a lot of creativity and productivity and enhance us, and maybe a lot of people don't want to work 8 hours or 100 hours a week. Maybe they want to work 4 hours a day and do a bunch of other things, and I think it's certainly going to lead to a lot of disruption in the workforce, and we don't know exactly the scale of that or the trajectory along the way, but that's for sure. And one of the things that in retrospect, it's not that we specifically planned it, but in retrospect, I'm happy about is that with the release of ChatGPT, we sort of brought AI into the collective consciousness, and people are kind of paying attention because they're not reading about it in the press. People are not just telling them about it, but they can play with it, they can interact with it and get a sense for the capabilities. And so I think it's actually really important to bring these technologies into the world and make them as widely accessible as possible. Sam mentioned earlier, like we're working really hard to make these models cheaper and faster so they're accessible very broadly, but I think that's key for people themselves to actually interact with the technology and experience it, and sort of visualize how it might change their way of life, their way of being, and participate as in providing product feedback, but also institutions need to actually prepare for these changes in the workforce and economy. Sam, I'll give you the last word. Yes, absolutely.
I think it's a super important question. Every technological revolution affects the job market, and over human history, every maybe 100 years, you can feel different numbers for this. 150 years, half the kind of jobs go away, whatever. I'm not afraid of that at all. In fact, I think that's good. I think that's the way of progress, and we'll find new and better jobs. The thing that I think we do need to confront as a society is the speed at which things happen. It seems like over, 2, maximum 3, probably 2 generations, we can adapt, society can adapt to almost any amount of job market change. But a lot of people like their jobs, or they dislike change, and going to someone and saying, hey, the future will be better, I promise you, and society's gonna win, but you're gonna lose here, that doesn't work. That's not cool. Like, that's not an easy message to get across. And although I tremendously believe that we're not going to run out of things to do. People that want to work less, fine, they'll be able to work less. But, probably many people here don't need to keep working, and we all do. Like, there's like great satisfaction in expressing yourselves, in being useful and sort of contributing back to society. That's not going away. That is such an innate human desire. Like, evolution doesn't move that fast. Also, the sort of ability to creatively express yourself and to sort of leave something, to add something back to the trajectory of the species is that's like a wonderful part of the human experience. So we're going to keep finding things to do, and the people in the future will probably think some of the things we'll think some of the things those people do are very silly and not real work, in a way that like a hunter-gatherer probably wouldn't think this is real work either. We're just trying to like entertain ourselves with some silly status game. That's fine with me. That's how it goes. But we are going to have to really do something about this transition. It is not enough to just give people a universal basic income. People need to have agency, the ability to influence this. We need to sort of jointly be architects of the future. And one of the reasons that we feel so strongly about deploying this technology as we do, as you said, not everybody's in these discussions, but more and more are every year. And by putting this out in people's hands and making this super widely available and getting billions of people to use ChatGPT, not only do people have the opportunity to think about what's coming and participate in that conversation, but people use the tool to push the future forward. And that's really important to us.
This is my home, and I don't appreciate it when drop it. You won't be outsmarting me. Don't overthink things.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Hello, Sam. What's happening?
Not much. How are
Thanks
you?
for coming in here. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
So, what have you done?
Like ever?
No, I mean, what have you done with AI? I mean, it's one of the things about this is, I mean, I think everyone is fascinated by it. I mean, everyone is absolutely blown away at the current capability and wondering what the potential for the future is and whether or not that's a good thing.
I think it's going to be a great thing, but I think it's not going to be all a great thing. And that is where I think that's where all of the complexity comes in for people. It's not this like clean story of we're going to do this and it's all going to be great. It's we're going to do this, it's going to be net great, but it's going to be like a technological revolution. It's going to be a societal revolution. And those always come with change. And even if it's like net wonderful, you know, there's things we're going to lose along the way. Some kinds of jobs, some kind of parts of our way of life, some parts of the way we live are going to change, go away. And no matter how tremendous the upside is there, and I believe it will be tremendously good, you know, there's a lot of stuff we got to navigate through to make sure. That's a complicated thing for anyone to wrap their heads around, and there's, you know, deep and super understandable emotions around that.
That's a very honest answer. That it's not all going to be good, but it seems inevitable at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely inevitable. My view of the world you know, when you're like a kid in school, you learn about this technological revolution and then that one and then that one. And my view of the world now, sort of looking backwards and forwards, is that this is like one long technological revolution. And we had, sure, like first we had to figure out agriculture so that we had the resources and time to figure out how to build machines. Then we got the Industrial Revolution, and that made us learn about a lot of stuff, a lot of other scientific discovery too. Let us do the Computer Revolution, and that's now letting us, as we scale up these massive systems, do the AI revolution. But it really is just one long story of humans discovering science and technology and co-evolving with it. And I think it's the most exciting story of all time. I think it's how we get to this world of abundance. And although we do have these things to navigate, and there will be these downsides, if you think about what it means for the world and for people's quality of lives, if we can get to a world where the cost of intelligence and the abundance that comes with that, the cost dramatically falls, the abundance goes way up. I think we'll do the same thing with energy. And I think those are the two sort of key inputs to everything else we want. So if we can have abundant and cheap energy and intelligence, that will transform people's lives largely for the better. And I think it's gonna, in the same way that if we could go back now 500 years and look at someone's life, we'd say, well, there's some great things, but they didn't have this, they didn't have that. Can you believe they didn't have modern medicine? That's what people are gonna look back at us like, but in 50 years.
When you think about the people that currently rely on jobs that AI will replace, when you think about whether it's truck drivers or automation workers, people that work in factory assembly lines, what, if anything, what strategies can be put to mitigate the negative downsides of those jobs being eliminated by AI?
So I'll talk about some general thoughts, but I find making very specific predictions difficult because the way the technology goes has been so different than even my own intuitions, or certainly than my own intuitions.
Maybe we should stop there and back up a little. What were your initial thoughts?
If you had asked me 10 years ago, I would have said, first, AI is going to come for blue-collar labor, basically. It's going to drive trucks and do factory work, and, it'll handle heavy machinery. Then maybe after that, it'll do, like, some kinds of cognitive labor, but not, it won't be off doing what I think of personally as the really hard stuff. It won't be off proving new mathematical theorems, won't be off, discovering new science, won't be off writing code. And then eventually, maybe last of all, maybe never, because human creativity is this magic special thing. Last of all, it'll come for the creative jobs. That's what I would have said. Now, it looks to me like, and for a while, AI is much better at doing tasks than doing jobs. It can do these little pieces super well, but sometimes it goes off the rails. It can't keep very long coherence. So people are instead just able to do their existing jobs way more productively. But you really still need the human there today. And then B, it's going exactly the other direction. You can do the creative work first, stuff like coding second. They can do things like other kinds of cognitive labor third, and we're the furthest away from humanoid robots.
So back to the initial question. If we do have something that completely eliminates factory workers, completely eliminates truck drivers, delivery drivers, things along those lines, that creates this massive vacuum in our society.
So I think there's things that we're gonna do that are good to do but not sufficient. So I think at some point we will do something like a UBI or some other kind of very long-term unemployment insurance something, but we'll have some way of giving people, redistributing money in society as a cushion for people as people figure out the new jobs. But, maybe I should touch on that. I'm not a believer at all that there won't be lots of new jobs. I think human creativity, desire for status, wanting different ways to compete, invent new things, feel part of a community, feel valued, that's not going to go anywhere. People have worried about that forever. What happens is we get better tools and we just invent new things and more amazing things to do. And there's a big universe out there. And I think, I mean that literally,
in that there's like space is really big, but also there's just so much stuff we can all do if we do get to this world of abundant intelligence where you can sort of just think of a new idea and it gets created. But again, that doesn't, to the point we started with, that doesn't provide like great solace to people who are losing their jobs today. So saying there's going to be this great indefinite stuff in the future, people are like, what are we doing today? So, you know, I think we will, as a society, do things like UBI and other ways of redistribution, but I don't think that gets at the core of what people want. I think what people want is like agency, self-determination, the ability to play a role in architecting the future along with the rest of society, the ability to express themselves and create something meaningful to them. And also, I think a lot of people work jobs they hate, and I think we as a society are always a little bit confused about whether we want to work more or work less, but somehow that we all get to do something meaningful and we all get to play our role in driving the future forward. That's really important. And what I hope is, as those long-haul truck driving jobs go away, which, you know, people have been wrong about predicting how fast that's going to happen, but it's going to happen. We figure out not just a way to solve the economic problem by like giving people the equivalent of money every month, but that there's a way that, and we've had a lot of ideas about this, there's a way that we like share ownership and decision making over the future. A thing I say a lot about AGI is that everyone realizes we're going to have to share the benefits of that, but we also have to share like the decision making over it and access to the system itself. Like, I'd be more excited about a world where we say, rather than give everybody on Earth like 1/8 billionth of the AGI money, which we should do that too, we say you get like 1/8 billionth of a 1/8 billionth slice of the system. You can sell it to somebody else, you can sell it to a company, you can pool it with other people, you can use it for whatever creative pursuit you want, you can use it to figure out how to start some new business. And with that, you get sort of like a voting right over how this is all going to be used. And so the better the AGI gets, the more your little 1/8 billionth ownership is worth to you.
We were joking around the other day on the podcast where I was saying that what we need is an AI government. We should have an AI president and have AI
just
run
make all the
things.
decisions?
Yeah, have something that's completely unbiased, absolutely rational, has the accumulated knowledge of the entire human history at its disposal, including all knowledge of psychology and psychological study, including UBI, because that comes with a host of, you know, pitfalls and issues that people have with it.
So I'll say something there. I think we're still very far away from a system that is capable enough and reliable enough that any of us would want that. But I'll tell you something I love about that. Someday, let's say that thing gets built. The fact that it can go around and talk to every person on Earth, understand their exact preferences at a very deep level, you know, how they think about this issue and that one, and how they balance the trade-offs and what they want, and then understand all of that and like collectively optimize for the collective preferences of humanity or of citizens of the US, that's awesome.
As long as it's not co-opted, right? Our government currently is co-opted.
That's for sure.
We know for sure that our government is heavily influenced by special interests. If we could have an artificial intelligence government that has no influence, nothing has influence on it.
What a fascinating idea.
It's possible. And I think it might be the only way where you're going to get completely objective, the absolute most intelligent decision for virtually every problem, every dilemma that we face currently in society.
Would you truly be comfortable handing over like final decision making and say, all right, AI, you got it from here?
No, but I'm not comfortable doing that with anybody.
Right.
You know, I mean, I don't.
Right.
I was uncomfortable with the Patriot Act. I'm uncomfortable with
Totally.
Many decisions that are being made. It's just there's so much obvious evidence that decisions that are being made are not being made in the best interest of the overall well of the people. It's being made in the decisions of whatever gigantic corporations that have donated to and whatever the military-industrial complex and pharmaceutical industrial complex, and then just the money. That's really what we know today, that money has a massive influence on our society and the choices that get made and the overall good or bad for the population.
Yeah, I have no disagreement at all that the current system is super broken, not working for people, super corrupt, and for sure, like, unbelievably run by money.
Yeah.
And I think there is a way to do a better job than that with AI in some way, but and this might just be like a factor of sitting with the systems all day and watching all of the ways they fail. We got a long way to go.
A long way to go, I'm sure. But when you think of AGI, when you think of the possible future, like where it goes to, do you ever extrapolate? Do you ever like sit and pause and say, well, if this becomes sentient and it has the ability to make better versions of itself, how long before we're literally dealing with a god?
So the way that I think about this is, it used to be that like AGI was this very binary moment. It was before and after, and I think I was totally wrong about that. And the right way to think about it is this continuum of intelligence, this smooth exponential curve, back all the way to that sort of smooth curve of technological revolution. The amount of compute power we can put into the system, the scientific ideas about how to make it more efficient and smarter, to give it the ability to do reasoning, to think about how to improve itself, that will all come. But my model for a long time, I think if you look at the world of AGI thinkers, there's sort of two, particularly around the safety issues you're talking about, there's two axes that matter. There's the what's called short timelines or long timelines. You know, to the first milestone of AGI, whatever that's going to be. Is that going to happen in a few years, a few decades, maybe even longer? Although at this point, I think most people are a few years or a few decades. And then there's takeoff speed. Once we get there, from there to that point you're talking about where it's capable of the rapid self-improvement, is that a slow or a fast process? The world that I think we're in, and also the world that I think is the most controllable and the safest, is the short timelines and slow takeoff quadrant. And I think we're going to have, there were a lot of very smart people for a while who were like, the thing you were just talking about happens in a day or 3 days. And that doesn't seem likely to me given the shape of the technology as we understand it now. Now, even if that happens in a decade or 3 decades, it's still like the blink of an eye from a historical perspective. And there are going to be some real challenges to getting that right. And the decisions we make, the sort of safety systems and the checks that the world puts in place, how we think about global regulation or rules of the road from a safety perspective for those projects, it's super important because you can imagine many things going horribly wrong. But I feel cheerful about the progress the world is making towards taking this seriously. And, it reminds me of what I've read about the conversations that the world had right around the development of nuclear weapons.
It seems to me that this is, at least in terms of public consciousness, this has emerged very rapidly, where I don't think anyone was really aware. People were aware of the concept of artificial intelligence, but they didn't think that it was going to be implemented so comprehensively, so quickly.
Yeah.
So ChatGPT is on, 4.5 now? 4. And with 4.5, there'll be some sort of an exponential increase in its abilities?
It'll be somewhat better. Each